farmers, and welcome back to Pichonniere Valley on Farming Simulator 25. And things may be looking just a little bit different from we streamed it on, I think it was Saturday, the last time I was on here. But just an hour ago, the map had an update which requires a new save. And for the past hour, I've been rushing to update the map and get everything back to where it kind of should be. I think I'm 95% there. So yeah, if you see things that are different from where we left off, that's why. We're on a new save file, so all of our stats have been erased. But we got all of our equipment, everything back is where it should be. All the vehicles should be as they were, because you can transfer the vehicle XML file over to the new save. And that's what I did. So all the vehicles with the hours on them, that is what we have been doing here. But as for like map stats, those will have changed. Hello, Crystal, Bob, and John. Hope you guys are having a nice Thursday so far. So yeah, that's why you see a lot of bales that are just piled up over here. These bales would have been the bales that were in this grass field here. So we had 25 bales that were in that field. They are now over here. And I could not spawn them the way I wanted to, so I just spawned them as silage bales, because that's what they were going to be anyways. So all these 25 bales here, those are silage bales. The ones that are on the bale trailer, those actually stayed on there from transferring over the vehicle XML file. So those bales are still there. Those have not been fully fermented. And yeah, this we got this field here, which is cultivated. We got 2 grass fields, which I'm going to have to fertilize and put some lime on those again. Because, yeah, it's a new save, so... I tried to use the Easy Developer mod to get the field. I mean, the growth stages are where they should be. Nitrogen not quite where it should be, and pH value not where it needs to be. So no big deal there. Just got to do those 2 over. And of course, we do have this field over here, which is going to be our starting farmyard. There was a shed that was here, but I did not place that shed down. I just got our tent. Yes, we do have Sam here, and of course we got our little hut where we buy all of our material. And yes, don't worry, the name Sam is already there, so everything there is taken care of. So I think first thing we'll be doing today is, well, I got to do a little job on the grass fields. Let me go ahead and see what we got for contracts. So bale wrapping, nope. Baling, deadwood, nope. I'm going to try to avoid deadwood. Some fertilizing contracts, but I'm going to be using the spreader, so that doesn't help. And everything else there is not what we want to do. So if you missed the last stream, we hit a big milestone in the last stream last Saturday. I released my 200 fish. Now, I can't show you the stats page because it's a new save file, so all this has been, all of our stats have been erased. But we released our 200th fish, where we got a $500,000 reward. I put it up to a vote for you guys, the viewers, to say, do we keep it, keep half? The vote ended up being keep all the money, the $500,000. So we ended up spending money on buying ourselves this Mercedes-Benz tractor. I know we got this piece of land over here. Again, this is going to be our farmyard. I bought a few more. Oh, I thought I bought the bale loading trailer. We bought that. Did a few other things. But that's currently where we are. Let me hop into... Oh, yeah, there's Sam. Let's hop into the 710. And we'll fertilize our grass fields first, and then put... You know, I think I'll actually put lime in them first, just because it'll be easier to see where I put the fertilizer. So let's drop off the bag of fertilizer. So yeah, if you were playing on this map, and you see the update for the map today, it doesn't say update is recommended or required. It says update is absolutely necessary. So, yeah, keep that in mind. So I'm glad the people, when I started streaming on here last week, saying there's an update coming for the map, yada yada. I'm glad we didn't do too much on the map, or wasn't too difficult to convert everything over. But we are on the updated map, so here we are. And now we can really start the build. I have noticed in the past couple of days, today and yesterday on the Mod Hub, a lot of maps had updates. So I'm not sure if it was a Giants thing, So maybe a lot of mods had to be updated. So you can see even on the tractor, the hours on it 12.3. All that stuff should be the same as it was on the previous save file. Oakley Dokley, let's go ahead and put down. Is this on widest working width? It is. So again, if you see a couple of different things from what it was before, or if I am missing something that does seem crucial, let me know, and we can always get it back on the map. Like I said, I think I got everything converted over. But again, I had a kind of a rush job because, as I said, the update only came out an hour ago. But I think I got it all to where it should be. Other than fertilizing and putting lime on the field. Yeah, even though I put with the Easy Developer mod, you can change the field settings or the state that it's in. And I did put it as 100% fertilized and 100% lime because we did take care of these fields. But that is for the base game. Doesn't really get it to where it needs to be for precision farming. But, so we got to do the job twice. But that's considering get everything converted over on the new save, and this is the only thing I got to do. Not that big of a deal. Oh, I do have to, also with our batwing mower, we're going to create, because the hedge is back, we'll knock down some of the hedge there. And yes, we were in September, but I think we were kind of more near the afternoon hours. But what we'll probably do is just do a couple jobs here, just take care of a few things, and then we can go on to October. Oh, the one thing I didn't check because it's a new save file. What's on the sale page? Well, nothing. Actually, wasn't that in the sale page before? No, that's a bigger header. It was a class header we had before, but this is a 10 meter wide. I don't think the combine we're going to be purchasing can handle that. Oh, the one thing I may have goofed up, were we in year number 2? Because now we're just in year number 1. Yeah, we must have been in year number 2. Oh, well. Yeah, I think we did go through a winter at least. Where did I leave off here in the line? It's here somewhere. So we'll at least get a shed down on where the farmyard's going to be. And we'll start moving some things over. Parking things up as we go. So we'll probably pick a shed here in just a moment. As I was looking at the updates for the map, the file size has been dropped quite a bit. I think it dropped by 200 megabytes, which is pretty huge. But yeah, they did fix quite a few things on the map. One thing I didn't quite notice was they said something about that they fixed the blurriness at long distance. I don't quite remember what it looked like on long distance, but it does seem kind of crystal clear. So with that extra 500,000 that we got from the fishing, and yeah, by the way, we're not going to be doing any more fishing. done with the fishing. And deadwood contracts, I am pretty much done with. We may do one every once in a while, but not like we have been doing up till this point. So these grass fields we will cut again in October. Because I want to get them both, these grass fields, on the same cycle. So we're going to cut them both in October. That way, I would like to try to keep the grass field in the same cycles I got in the Schiambergo series. That way I just keep the months in my head of what we need to be doing. Hello, Ricardo. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Thursday so far. Appreciate you stopping on in. All right, this field has a lime in it. Let's just make sure. Yeah, all right. It's all good. Let's go top off again. And start. So as for my next step here on the farm, like I said, we'll start working on the farmyard a little bit. I would like to try to get a field for next year with a cereal crop into it, so we can maybe start looking at hopefully getting some chickens. But of course, we need to be doing a good amount of contracts still. The contracts are still what's going to be bringing us in the money. The silage that we're going to be getting off these grass fields, it's going to be nice. But obviously, to build up a farm with just the silage off these two fields, yeah, we can't still afford to do that. Gonna need to keep on doing some contracts. But as some of you said, please, no more fishing, I guess, so. Yeah, fishing is, we are pretty much done with the fishing. Just trying to get a bird's eye view of the lime. All right, just have to get one more, and then we can swap it out for fertilizer. All right, more lime. Hello, Gamer Gramps. Welcome. Yep, you're one of the few that told me that the update would be coming out, so here we are. And like I said, now we can play. I mean, the update kind of came at the correct time for me anyways. because we were just at the point of wanting to build a farmyard, so I didn't have to convert much over to get it to where we were. Wasn't too difficult. A little bit there. All right. Lime spreading taken care of. Let's just pop this up right here. Pop to the right. Thank you. And of course, we'll top it off with some more fertilizer. The one thing I thought I was going to be able to get to do yesterday was I wasn't going to try to pop on here because I did not stream Tuesday or Wednesday. I was going to try to pop on here and have a look at where the farmyard was going to be and try to picture in my head the layout, but I didn't get a chance to come on here at all. So I'm going to have to kind of just wing it as we go along, I suppose. I actually spent a lot of my time yesterday. In case you did not know, I released an episode of Ancient Farm earlier today. And I spent about 6.5 hours yesterday making that episode. Well, not really making it, but I had to do a lot of off-camera work in order to be able to make the episode. I made a lot of clay bricks yesterday. And I hope I don't have to do that again for a while. So if you did see the first 3 episodes of Ancient Farm, yes, I did release episode 4 today, and we were making the temple, which cost a lot of cash in order to buy the blueprints. So when we cut the grass fields again today, when I mean today during today's stream, not this in-game month, we're going to double the size of the bales, because this field alone here created that stack pile you see in the middle of our current farmyard. So yeah, we're going to double up the size of it so we don't have as many bales. And the ones that are on the trailer came from the grass field that's to our right, which wasn't bad, but still. Now they're going to be doing 2 fields together, doubling up the size and reducing the amount of bales that we have will be good. Let's see, not taking that much fertilizer. I think I'll leave the gate open. don't think I need to be closing our own gate. Can see the difference even looking down bird's eye view unless I get really on top of things. So the field that we were just in, that is in a growing stage. This field is in a harvest stage, the first harvest stage. It's really hard to see where the lime was. Oh, they did add... One thing they did add on the map for sure is they actually added the warehouse. So there's a constructible shed I thought about doing. It would be rather expensive. So nothing I'm not gonna do a constructible shed at the beginning of the series because it financially just would not make sense. But maybe in the future we can do the constructible shed. So I think the first step for the shed is like 10 concrete bags, which would just be expensive to buy. There we go. I think we're all set here. All right, grass fields are all set. Oh, the one thing I did not look at, because I'm not quite sure I know how it's generated, but being it's a new save, I wonder if the soil on these fields have changed to make it a better or worse yield, or was it the same as before? Ooh, I don't know. So let's see what these grass fields look like. Hopefully they're above 100%. 106, 101. I think it's pretty close to what it was. 106 in that field. So we're looking at maybe buying this field in the future. This field we did buy. Ooh, yield potential is 117 here. But that's where I want to build my farmyard. What's the crop over here now? Onions. Oh boy. Onions are something I don't want to be doing. Yeah, so I think on the previous save file, I think it was parsnips. Well, again, the problem I would have is we can't lease or borrow items on this. So if I were to buy the onion harvester stuff, can I even afford horsepower-wise to run that? Not onion planters. Where's that going to be under here? Vegetable harvesters. Onion harvesters. That requires 125 horse. And then I would need this. That requires 200 horsepower to pick it up. Yeah, that would be kind of rough for our equipment to do that. I mean, I could... No, I can't afford that. So yeah, there's no way I could do this harvest. I can afford this, but I can't afford that. I can't afford both. So doing anything with these onions are probably not going to work. And I don't even have a trailer yet either. So this crop is going to have to... Yes, my onions are going to wither again. Haha. So I'll just have to let them go. What is over here, though? Over here is... Well, now there's parsnip in this field. Well, parsnip I don't want. Although I'm trying to think, do I want to put my farmyard on this lot of land? Because this field is actually pretty good at 117%. I mean, 106 is not bad either. Yeah, I think just in the long run, I'm going to need the bigger farmyard. Although, do I need one this big? See, a shed, a silo, a house, cow barn, chicken pen. I mean, I don't necessarily have to put the cow barn and chicken pen on this yard. Well, I think the chicken pen will be on this yard. But not the cow barn, though. This would make it a rather narrow farmyard. Boy, I'm starting to think I'd rather just put the farmyard over here. Because one thing is, they got a ditch over here. This side does not have a ditch, so I can have in and outs of the farmyard a little bit easier. And I could plow this up, even though I was trying to look to see what kind of ground texture I want for the farmyard. I think I picked that kind of a texture right there. Ooh. Sam, what do you think, Sam? Can't you put your farm in the field that's 101%? I can put my farmyard anywhere. That's what I'm trying to figure out now. I don't want to disturb the grass fields. I don't want that much grass. Again, when I do get the cows and we make our own TMR, we're not going to have that many cows. Maybe like 30 or 40 cows. So like one of these fields is going to be for making hay. The other one would be for making silage. And then, of course, we'll need straw, which we'll get from our cereal crop fields. So hay, silage, straw makes TMR. So that's what these two grass fields are for. All right, I think what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and... How much is this field? 55,000. All right, let's go ahead and buy this field here. And this field here will make a harvestable field, so ignore me putting down that cobblestone. We'll plow that back in and make it into a field. This over here can be painted in. Do we have an entryway on this side? And plus, I can also paint in these hedges. If I paint in these hedges, I can merge that with this, and then I can kind of keep all this stuff here and just make this our farmyard all the way through here. Must be the map update. Yeah, the map update came out just an hour before the stream started, so I rushed. I think I got everything where it was, so that's where we are. Let me go ahead and let's drop on down here. All right, let me jump into the Mercedes. And yeah, the onions, I just can't afford, unfortunately, to buy all the stuff we need to harvest them. So we're gonna have to plow them on up. Does the field need to be plowed? No, it doesn't. Alright, so I don't need to plow the whole field. I can just leave the field as it is. Let me allow to create fields. But I will plow up where the brick was. Oh yeah, plus I'm going to kick up some stones. Well, a few stones ain't going to hurt nothing. Well, technically it does. It does wear down your equipment. Excuse me. It wears down your equipment just a little bit faster. Let me go ahead and get rid of this cobblestone I put down here. Alright, oh, take off, allow to create fields. I don't want that to do anything. Need the soil sampler. And we're in this tractor, so may as well. Does this have a 3-point lake on the front? It does. So I don't need to soil sample that or this field here because that's part of the farmyard. Let's bring up the mini map. Zoom on down here. And just gotta get a little bit of edge here. Alright, then we'll send in the samples to be soils to be sampled, not the samples to be soiled. So it would be kind of fun if I could come right into here and plant a winter barley if I want chickens for next year. What do we got for direct drills? I probably looked at this like 20 times in this series, but we can start looking at them. That's a direct drill, a 4-meter wide. Ugh. That's a 5, but it's not a direct drill. And now the problem is we're getting up to stuff that needs over 200 horsepower. That Coon would be nice, but that's 270 horsepower. It's 275. That's 240, 270, 220, 270. Ouch. So I guess my best option for now, but I really have to look on the mod hub for more direct drills, don't I? I mean, even that's 180 horsepower, which is pushing our Mercedes-Benz on the edge. 58,500. All right, so can I plant winter barley? When can I plant winter barley? Oh, we can plant it now. Is that getting ahead of myself? Then I'll be able to harvest it in July. When is spring barley? Oh, spring barley. So why, what's... So, I mean, I can plant it in February. I can even plant it in March. And harvest time is still July and August. So why plant it now and wait, let it grow for 4 or 5 months, where it could take hail damage or even tornado damage, which I don't think we see a tornado here at all. So I might as well just wait and plant it in the springtime and then harvest it at the same time anyways. Yeah, let's not do that. So we will wait. All right, so now that I've established how this side is going to be our farmyard, let's actually go in here. We're going to construction, and that, I don't think it's actually called cobblestone. It's actually called rock floor tiles. Let's do this, and yep, we're just gonna cobblestone the field completely. Yeah, this is gonna be more than enough of a yard. It might be even too big, but I'm hoping we can be here for a while. So who knows? I may end up using it all. And then you know what? Let's go over to here. Let me go over to smoothing out here because we got a little bit of a dip at our hut. Let's strengthen up a little bit. And also at our tent and Sam's doghouse. There we go. Back to sculpting or landscaping here. Trying to make sure that didn't delete my bales. I think that used to delete bales in previous versions. Anything that was on the ground, it would delete them. That's a lot of cobblestone. There we go. So when it does field scoring, it doesn't take into consideration anymore, does it? Well, the fields aren't there anymore, so I wonder if I were to save and restart, if that would eliminate those to bring up our environmental score bonus. We're not going to worry too much about the environmental score bonus. A bonus is a bonus. Alright, so Sam's doghouse, he's looking fine. That's looking better. Already it's looking better around here. So much better. Yeah, so a shed will be good, right? Yeah, let's go ahead and get ourselves a shed put down. But now, like I said, I'm going to have to kind of wing it as we go along here because I didn't really think of a layout of the farm. But we do need a shed. Let's see if we can get a shed from... So this is one of the sheds from this building pack that comes on here. That is a big shed for only $15,000. So where do you want to put it? Probably over where our hut is, so we don't have to go too far. Let's try not to make sure any trees are going through the shed itself. Well, if that's going to be the case, maybe just whip this around and put it over here by the power lines. Not in the power lines, but by the power lines. He says there is good. Alright, let's go back into the smoothing tool. And we'll just make sure everything is smooth around the shed so we don't have any big bumps here. Oh, can I, because it did change the texture underneath that, can I paint in there? Oh, good, we can repaint the cobblestone in there. Ooh, the smoothing out tool did... Okay, we'll have to fix that. I did raise it, unfortunately. Or lower the ground. Did it do anything to this side here? It's not as noticeable, but let's go ahead and raise that up. I can still see underneath. That's a little bit better. Alright, let me get the smoothing tool. Ooh, is that the small as it can go? Sometimes it's just a little bit too difficult to get where you want it to be. Alright, I think that'll be okay. I'm not going to be driving right on the edge of the shed here too much. I mean, it's barely noticeable, but now that you know it's there, maybe I'll touch up later on. So we got a place for our stuff now. So now as I use it, I'll probably back it on in as we use it. All right, so we got ourselves a first shed. So now we're down to 115,000. I do have the money to buy a drill, but again, winter wheat, or sorry, winter barley, spring barley, harvest time isn't the same, so might as well plant it in the spring. So might as well not buy it now. Wait until springtime. Maybe it'll come up for sale, or maybe I'll find one on the mod hub. Did I activate? I'm in planters. No, I did not activate that Voltra. I don't know how much horsepower that would require. I mean, this would be a nice one to have, because that's 6.5 meters, but it requires 220 horsepower. I may have to test it out to see, you know, maybe it doesn't need as much. That's a planter, though. Yeah, we need a, just trying to see, though. That's not a mod? I thought that was a modded one I downloaded. Okay. Again, on a new save file that started an hour ago, I may not have activated all the mods I had previously. I may have overlooked something in activating mods. Yeah, unfortunately, that's 240 horsepower. That's too much. 270 is too much. That is the same one at 220. That is a direct one. 270 is going to be way too much. Again, if you're not sure why I'm saying it's too much, on this series here, I am restricted. It has to be 200 horsepower or less is what I can use. So anything over 200 horsepower on tractors, I cannot use. So meaning anything that requires more than 200 horsepower, probably not going to work on our tractors. So right now, it's like a 4-meter wide drill is what I'm going to be kind of stuck with. About to have a look on the mod hub for other things. All right, so now that we're kind of done on our fields and such, any contracts I want to be doing, or we'll just go to October and then cut our grass fields and make more silage bales. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything here that we need, so I think we'll go on to another month. We'll keep our eye on the sale page, though. Yeah, we're all set. All right, let's go ahead and go to bed. Sleep till 8. Sure. I think we're all set. Again, if you missed the last stream we had on here, the reason why we got so much money is because I got a reward for $500,000 for releasing 200 fish. We put it to a vote, and the vote was to keep all the money, so that's where we got it all from. We'll feed Sam. And again, we are on the updated map that came out just about an hour ago. So our grass fields should be ready. Sale page. Ooh, a Fendt 300 Vario. Wait, is this the combine I want? That's the combine. Right? That's the Class Mega Old New. I think that's the combine I wanted for the series. Is that Class Mega Old New? Well, it's half off. How many hours are on it? That's going to be the question. Only 14 and a half hours on it. All right, so 270 horsepower. If I can't have 270. Combine's got to be 250 or less. So I got to bump it down to a 235 horse. BKT tires, please, with wide tires. And give me 3 beacon lights. Ooh, that paint job looks awfully rough. But I mean, oh, actually, it is a Dominator. Okay. But I mean, getting our combine for half off, saving ourselves 45,000. Well, we'll go ahead and buy it. Because I mean, That, I mean, how can you pass it up when it's half off? So that's good. So I mean, I could do, well, actually, I couldn't do harvesting contracts because I still don't have the header and I don't have a trailer either. Also, I just noticed, even though I flattened out the, or looks like Sam's doghouse might be floating a bit. And we'll take care of that at some other point in time. Yeah, let's grab the 3650. Is a 3650, and we'll go and cut our grass. Are those bales on there silage yet? I can tell by going to here. No, it's still classified as grass. We will sell our silage bales today. These will have to come off at some point. They are 94% fermented, so. And all these piles over here, these were the bales, again, that were in that grass field there. I had to spawn them in. Also, by cutting the grass, it should bump up our score in these two grass fields. Alright, so I want this on swath dropping, so. Oh, already is on swath mower. Good, good, good. Alright, can't go all the way to the corner because this thing can't make that corner. So this is the first harvest stage, so it's not going to be as best as it can be. But I want to get these two grass fields on the same cycle. And again, these two grass fields will remain as is, because one will be for making silage bales, the other one for hay. Because eventually we're going to have ourselves some cows, and we'll have to mix some TMR. And no, we're not getting any production buildings that will do the mixture for us. We're going to have to get ourselves our own mixer and plop in the bales as we make our own TMR. I don't know if it's because I haven't been on the map since like 5 days ago, but it does seem like, and because they said so, that doesn't seem, it seems crisper, the graphics on here for some reason. Could be just psychologically, because it says long distance, they took care of the blurring, whatever that was. Well, I probably should look at, see if there's any contracts that our other tractors could be out doing. Did not know there was a pathway there for NPCs to walk, but I saw someone walking on the side of the road there. Let me get this turned around, and we'll just have a quick look at contracts, see what's available. We'll leave the combine up at the store, because eventually if I do buy myself the header, that's going to need to be up there. Hello, Anita. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Thursday so far. So bale wrapping, nope. Deadwood, I can do deadwood, but we're trying to eliminate those. Nothing good on the fertilizing, harvesting. Mowing is good, but none of them are really that good. Stone picking, well, I don't have a stone picker, so no contracts really for us to get involved with. I don't think I'll be getting 25 bales off the field this time. Well, you know, it might be relatively close because previously, I don't know if it was well fertilized or the lime was put down on the first cut. Oh yeah, also though, I'm going to double up the bale size. That way we don't have as many bales hanging around. Alright, first field is cut. Now, for the grass field, I got to do the opening again. So, on the other side of the grass field is where the road goes in, but obviously, since our farmyard's going to be over here, I'm going to want to bring this up here. Mulcher, stump grinder, brush hog. Okay, now I want to put it back on swath dropping. Swath mower, that is. And we're good to go. Been a long time since I actually made TMR, should I say, the correct way? Kind of forgot what the mixture should be, how many bales of each. But again, cows are going to be a couple more years before we get that far. But hey, today's already been a good day. We got the updated map. We bought another field, which now we know where the farmyard's going to be, because I've finally went down a certain path. We got ourselves the combine I wanted that was in the sale page. So I saved myself $45,000 there. I don't need the combine for quite a while, but hey, save myself $45,000. And 14 hours on that combine is not bad at all. If it said something like 40 or 50, I'd be like, I'll be repairing it quite a bit. But at 14 hours, yeah, that's good. Again, we'll have to see how the series go. Again, the one rule for sure for our equipment, no tractors over 200 horsepower, that will stay. The combine, though, right now the rule is nothing over 250 horsepower, but we may change that. Depending on how many fields we get, we may need a bigger header to make the jobs a little bit more entertaining to watch. So we'll have to see how that goes. All right, grass is cut. And again, there's not really any good mowing contracts right now, so it just looks weird coming around that corner now, seeing all the cobblestone. So we'll put the mower away. Don't need to be hugging the wall that much, I don't think. If we need another shed, we'll put it on down. Yeah, my onions are ready for harvest. But yeah, I can't afford to harvest them. Can't afford to harvest them. Again, I didn't plant those onions. We just bought that field. And that was what's in it. I didn't buy the field to harvest the onions, so. Alright, I do want to change the size of this. Also, is it Alt-Z? Alt-X resets the bale counter. Change the size. Let's see, it's a 125. Ooh, 129s. So 125 to 129. Well, I guess it's going to be 129s is what we're doing. I hope I can pick up the mess that's on the road. Oh, good. So allow me to pick that up. Oh, yeah, that's another part of the update. I think they said something that you can buy the roads now for like $0. Wait, so how big are these bales going to be? Alright, I don't want 129s, I think. Because I'm not going to have many bales this way. When it comes time to making TMR, it's going to be kind of rough. Luckily, I'll just be selling this one. I don't remember having a problem hauling this around before the baler. I gotta figure out this baler here. what size I actually want. Hello, Jay. Welcome. So you want to know what brand is the main dealer? Not sure why that's interesting, but okay. I want to say New Holland, possibly. Because they got a lot of New Holland tractors out front. They got New Holland signs. But New Holland Lizard, I mean, Lizard is the Giants brand. But they do have Coon flyers out front. But I would say mostly it's a New Holland. Oh, they got Coon there as well. But yeah, it's mostly New Holland stuff they got on display out front. Yeah, so I don't want 129s. Let me try, well, 121s. Is that going to be... Well, let's turn on automatic drop also. Yeah, 121 is not going to be what I want either. I think 121 is a standard size. Oh, it's going to be a pain selling these bales because they're all going to be different sizes in the trailer. Yeah. Okay, well, let's change bale size to 122. So this should be a 7,000 liter bale, I think. And that is what I was going for. Yeah, I think we'll stick with the 7,000 liter bale. Alright, so those two are the odd ones. Hello, RT. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Thursday so far. First time on your stream. Well, welcome. Hope you enjoy. Keep forgetting with the... I do like this baler setup, but I keep remembering after I start using a round baler why I prefer square balers. So I keep forgetting to stop to unload. Alright, let's go across the road. Probably should clear the brush out on that grass field to where this gate is. because round bales roll away. Not as bad as it used to way back in the day. Back in the day, an ant would fart and the bale would roll. But nowadays, it's not that bad. We'll get this field wrapped up, and then we'll advance the time just a little bit until the ones that are on the bale trailer are fermented. And then we'll also pick up the ones that are in the middle of the farmyard and get those delivered as well. And by mowing these two fields, I would assume our environmental score bonus has gone up a bit. Again, everything has been reset because I had to create a new save file for the map. So another thing we need for the farmyard, if I want chickens for next year, and we're going to be doing some harvesting, of course, is we're going to need a silo. And I don't know how much the silo is. I want to use a silo that's was made for the map. Not much of a fan of MS, but a fan of me. Well, that's very kind of you to say, John. Appreciate it. Do I go live on TT also? Are you talking about Twitch? Talking about Twitch, I currently do not. There's a lot of things that Twitch would need to do before I really jump over to that and use that as a platform. Oh, TikTok? That's even worse, man. No, I'm just on the old YouTubes. I should get at least one more bale. Actually, maybe two? Well, I definitely will get two because I'll unload whatever we have left. Hello, Panther. Welcome. Hope you've been well and you're having a good Thursday. Well, I may not actually get enough grass here to be able to unload. I think I need to be at least 10%. Oh, okay. We'll get to 10%. All right, so all the bales in this field are 122s. I think these are 122s. Does it say 122? No, it doesn't actually tell you that, but these are 122s. Those two bales there, yeah, those are different sizes. One's a 129. The other one's 121, but 122s is what I want to make. Love watching your lives on Farm Sim. Well, glad you enjoy watching, and appreciate you being here. Sam is walking in the middle of the street, but luckily there's no AI traffic that goes along that road. Actually, I'm going to park the 3650. I'll park that right in front of the Batwing mower for now. It's mostly underneath the shed. But let's grab the Mercedes. Are these going to be the same size? They are. Let me fast forward time a little bit here. Just because I need the rest of the bales that are on the trailer to ferment. Gonna get you into the gaming PC. Love playing this game. Needless to say, I do as well. Alright, so yeah, we gotta wait for these ones on the back. They're 97% fermented. Let's see. Yeah, our environmental score went up to 70. That's 93, 97. This field here we can do something with. These two, I hope they get erased. I don't think there's any field there. It should be all cobblestone, but that's beside the point. Silage. Yes, where's silage going? Animal dealer. Is the animal dealer, let's tag the place. Is that the one that's just over here somewhere? No, that's the bio plant. So the animal dealer's up here. I'd rather go to the bio plant. Let's see what the difference in pricing is. So animal dealer is 121. Bio plant is 116. But actually looking at the distance, it's not that much of a difference. Let's see here. That's just going... I mean, that's easy to get to. But then again, this is... That's a lot of zigzagging. Yeah, we'll think we'll just go to the bio plant. Hopefully I can sell there. I don't know if I got to buy that to sell there or not. Those are still at 97%. While we're waiting, any contracts rolling on in? Yeah, they're starting to really coming on in. Baling contract, no. Fertilizing, nothing. Mowing, nothing good there. Ooh, there is a... Oh, hang on a second. There is a plowing contract for 22,000. That would take probably over an hour to do. Pays really good. I think I'll hold off on that. We're going to check the sale page because you never know. Oh, these are all... Alright, so I think we're all fermented on here. Alright, let's throw the beacon on. And let's see if I can sell at the biogas plant. It does say I can sell there, but hopefully I don't have to buy it to sell there. That's sometimes an issue on the maps. So this load here, this is gonna be the first time I've actually sold anything. All the money that we have earned has either been a bonus or earning from a contract. Oh, by the way, because I heard this when I was bringing the Mercedes-Benz back to the farmyard. The horn on this sounds terrible. I have to actually release off the throttle so you can hear it. Sickening. Alright, that's going to be for the slurry. And this should be for the silage. Well, the only way to know if it's going to actually accept it is to unload it. Money's going up, so we are good. And I don't see where I got an environmental score bonus. Oh, there it goes. Just took a second. But we did get one. Our bonus is not going to be that well, but it is a bonus. That page there, 6% bonus. Alright, start heading back to the farm so we can get the other silage bales. And I can untag. Oops, untag. Where is it? Untag. Untag. Thank you. Pretty good sized map that I'm playing on. Looks good. Well, it's nothing more than a base game size map, so it's not, you know, it's just standard size map. And the map is made by Black Sheep Modding, which is, they are a pretty good modder. So that is no surprise there that the map looks as good as it does. And the map did get updated today, like I said, about an hour before the stream. It does require a new save. And I like how they put it. It is mandatory that you start a new save. It's not, it doesn't say recommended. They said it is mandatory. Wow, this looks really weird now coming back to the farmyard. That shed threw me off there just for a second. It's like, what is that building? Oh yeah, that's the shed you just put down. Our lovely little marshmallows. Yeah, it should be your standardized size map. I'm gonna spin it around here and get the rest of them. This thing does not corner that well, but it's a farm tractor. And the last bale to sell for the month of October. All right, hopefully this will get us back up to 90,000, which sounds kind of weird to say that when for the first. Again, technically, we're in year number 2. That's one thing I forgot to check on the old save. Converting it over just an hour ago. What year it was in. I was just looking at what month we were in. Alright, sell this as well. I plan on doing a video or live on Farming Supply Sim 25. To be honest with you, I have no idea what that even is. Can I just drive around? Yes, we can just do a loop here. If I can remember, I'll have a look later on tonight what that even is, but I haven't even heard about it. Alright, so now our farmyard's going to look a little bit better. So the other bales, those can stay in the grass fields because I'm not going to be able to cut that grass again till April. And those will be fermented by then. One thing I didn't check, though, not that it really matters too much, because I don't farm that much at nighttime, is if this shed has any lights to it. Shed is not as deep as I thought it was. So there is that. Is there any lights in here? No, I don't see any lights in here, but that's okay. Let's throw the plow on here, and we'll put that into the shed. And grab the cultivator. Guess for now, just throw that next to the baler. Don't need to double stack things in here yet. Double stacking never works for me because the moment I start double stacking, whatever I put behind something else, that is what I always end up needing. The spreader I'm going to need in November for the grass fields. So I am going to put that in front of the baler. And our soil sampler. Obviously, we don't need that until we buy new land, or we need to update the soil in our current fields. And that's going to be a while. It's on Steam. It released early access on Christmas Day. Early access is 12. If I remember, I'll have a look at it later on this evening. Yeah, what I want to look at, though, is silos. So the silo for this map is this. Oh, it's only 25,000. That's cheap. All right, so the silo is cheap. And it holds 800,000 liters. That should be fine for what we're doing. Yeah, so we could. That should not be a problem. This is the slurry pit for the cows. What is that? Oh, this is for. When it says store crops, is that for any crop, or is that going to be... Is that for, like, root crops? That's a big footprint compared to this. Also, wasn't there a... What else do they have here? So they do have a bale and pallet storage. That's the one that we similarly have used. But I may swap it out for something a little bit different. Ooh, what's the extra icon over there for? Alright, so I might get something like that. So I think we got our silo kind of figured out. Ivory cereal mod. Storage silo for your cereals. Yeah, I don't think we need anything like that. Large set for straw storage. Yeah, a lot of buildings in that pack. So yeah, okay. So just trying to get financially where we are at currently. But I think we're good for now. And again, for chickens, hang on a second. For chickens, I think we're going to be using... Just want to make sure I got it active. I don't think we'll be getting there today. That would be the fenceless chickens. It does say it holds 31, but again, I'll expand on the fence line. And basically, I want them to have free range of the farmyard. But I got to be careful not making it too big, because then it may hold like 500 chickens. I don't think I want that many chickens. All right, so these bales should take about 3 months to ferment, because that's what they were previously. But usually with Farmer G's pack, usually these were fermenting in a month. So I don't know if the map has changed it, or I can't remember if Farmer G's baler pack had an update and that changed it, or what changed it. But the last build we did took 3 months. Omatana silos have been too big for every map I've done because they hold a lot. Again, though, I always use that silo, so I'm just trying to get away from... There's nothing wrong with the mod or anything. I actually love it, of course, but no, I got to change it up. I don't want another Omatana silo here. We're going to try to use what comes with the map. So, yep, everything is kind of put away in our shed. That's looking good. Our onions are going to go to rot because... yeah, I don't have any need for the onions. I can't afford to harvest the onions. A nice 300 Vario tractor in the sale, but can't really afford to buy another one of those. Our harvester, luckily enough, we got lucky in our harvester. That's up at the store. Bought that used. Now we just got to wait for the kind of a header and a header trailer for that. Yeah, let's go ahead and see. Yeah, I think we just looked at contracts. Again, there was a good plowing contract, but I think we'll just go on to November at this point. Yep, we have updated the map. I updated the map just an hour before the stream. So we are on the updated map of Pichonniere Valley. Again, there's a baling contract, but I remember doing a baling Oh, they want square bales. Well, I can't do square bales. Oh, you haven't changed. Oh, there's Farmer G, speaking of. Haven't changed fermenting, so it should still be 1 month on hard difficulty. Yeah, the last, so it must either be the map changed it, but the last time I did the bales, it took 3 months. Which is fine. Don't matter to me one way or the other. I was just kind of curious. But now that the map's been updated, I'm wondering if these will be fermented in a month, or are they going to take, although it's already at 18%. So that might be back to 1 month, because I just barely wrapped them. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, let's just go ahead and get to November. Faffed around enough there. Have I noticed any difference after the update? Well, there were a lot of map fixes in the update. The file size to the map is a lot smaller, and I don't remember too well. But then again, I haven't been on the map since last Saturday. But I think the biggest thing that they said was, well, one of the first things they said was, in long distance, it's not as blurry. So it does look a little bit crisper to me, but that could just be me psyching myself out. All right, 96% fermented. So these bales are going to ferment in a month. So I wonder, there must have been something about the map changing the previous bales. If I use the default bale size and not the 1, 2, 4, or 9. So that was it. I think I did 125s. Yes. I think I did 125s. So that's why it took 3 months. Also on the map, there's now a warehouse. But I mean, you can see the channel vlog for the updates to see what was on it, but a lot of fixes and all that. But hello, Farmer Groot and Farmer G. Yeah, let's go see what's in the sale page. And, well, nothing that we are looking for at all. Nothing that we have use for it. All right, so contracts, what do we got here? We do have a contract in field number 74. So that would be the job of the 710. I suppose. Fertilizing contract. Ooh, that does pay rather well. So I could do that. Harvesting, no. Mowing, nothing good there. All right, let's take that cultivating contract. We'll accept that. And then we'll also grab that fertilizing contract. We will accept that. And I do have options now. Alright, don't want to use a Mercedes on the cultivator. I'd rather save that for a plowing contract if it were to come up. So I'm going to put the 3650 on the cultivating contract, and we're going to use the 710 to fertilize the grass fields. And also do the contract. So the 3650. And that field isn't too far from here. Oh, it's right across from the BGA. Oh, I just realized there's no beacons on this tractor. I have no beacons on the 3650. At least the horn on the John Deere, you can hear that Mercedes horn. I guess it's on there just so I can get it on the road. That's about it. Alright, so yep, this is the field that you can go in. Oh, good. I was trying to say, I hope I did activate course play. I did. Yeah, I was kind of rushing to get the updated map so we could have it today for the stream. Number of headlands, I think 4 would be fine. We'll do just a 2% overlap on the headlands. And it's probably going to take it like 45 minutes. An hour and a half? Alright, well, you do that. John Deere 710. Alright, so since those bales are going to be fermented, and before I go fertilize on it, let's go pick up the bales and remove as many as I can. Put a train horn on your truck and ATS. It's loud. Got it off the workshop. Now, only if the horn actually did anything in game other than sound like a horn. If it actually moved traffic out of the way, that'd be great. Still made a lot of bales in this field. All about the looks and the sound. The one thing I have noticed, though, I did check the other day on ATS. The Cruisin' Louisiana event. Yeah, that's still, as a community, that's still not done. And that's less than a month away. Usually, the community stuff, we get right through pretty quickly, but the Cruisin' Louisiana event is taking some time. Could have been the holidays. Could have been a lot of things. Yeah, the one thing that does concern me about ATS and the cruising event, and I think I've talked about this before, is as they keep adding more states, and the further away they get from the base game states, unless you have bought all the DLCs up to that point, you're just going to get fewer and fewer people that have the newest state, because you have to buy all the other ones. So there's going to be less and less people to be able to do the cruising events, which is going to make it harder for us to get the 125 million miles done. Alright, these should be the 122s. Now, even though these bales look to be the same size, I don't think they're going to load. I did this one as a 129, so I don't think it's going to load. It's going to say nope. Yeah, so those are going to have to be Well, I can try. No, no, I said no super strength. I was just gonna put them on the trailer and bring them. This one I think is a 121, so that's not gonna load either. So I have to do those separate. But that's the way it is. Need another 24 mil. Yeah, so I'm thinking I need to get back to Louisiana now. I'm not going to be at that much of a help once I eventually do get there and try to do some, but I think we got till the 8th of February to get that done. Alright. Park this here. Gotta wait for these to ferment a little bit more. I mean, they're almost there. Oh, that's right. Your bales might be liftable, so no super strength needed. Kind of forgot about that, because I'm so used to this, always using super strength. But it's not that far. I think I will drive back and forth. Again, they're not really that much in the way, and I'll have plenty of time to do it. But now that I got it figured out that I want 122s, from here on out, we are good. Alright, that should be this field fertilized. Actually, going down there doesn't help me because the gate's actually more over here. I mean, eventually I'll probably put down some sort of fuel station, but it's far down the priority list. Still need, I mean, equipment is still going to take priority right now over the yard. But it's good to know that the silo that I want to use is only 25 grand. So it's not going to be like hundreds of thousands of dollars for it. Because one of the things I kind of want to get going, it's still going to take a while to do, but I want to get the mayonnaise production uh, up and going, but obviously that's going to take quite a bit because I need chickens for the eggs, and of course I need oil production to make either canola oil or sunflower oil, whatever it is. Then I got to buy the mayonnaise production. And then further down the line, we'll have a talk about if we want to do wine production or not. But that will require sugar. And if I do sugar, it's going to have to be the hand tools mod, because all of the harvesting equipment for sugar pretty much require over 200 horsepower, which we do not have and cannot have on this this save file that we're going for. I think I got the entire field. Unless I go in the bird's eye view, it's kind of hard to see the shadow. Might be a spot or two over here, but yeah, a little bit right here. Alright, that's our grass fields all set for next spring. Let's go top off on fertilizer and head up and do that contract. No beacon on the 710 either. Actually, while I'm here, let me go ahead and go back into construction, because I've been going to be cutting this corner quite a bit. Trying to figure if I want to try to copy the other entryway, but I think I'll just put down that right there. I don't think I can. Now, oddly enough, I can't paint over those tracks coming in, which is fine. I should just leave it like that, I suppose. Did I take care of the other end? Yeah, it's kind of the same thing there, so just leave it as is. Alright, yeah, so I got to go up to this other field, which is, ooh, it's way yonder. So I think what I'll do is I'm just going to come out here and take this road out to here, and then just go all the way up and around. Yeah, this yard here is going to be plenty big enough for all of our equipment. Maybe actually too big. Unless I decide to put the cow bar down on the yard itself, or I don't know if I want to have it elsewhere. So if you haven't seen this map before, you're going to get to see a good chunk of it, since I'm driving we're kind of centralized. We're kind of a little bit more south of the map. Maybe a little bit southeast-ish. And we're driving all the way to the northwest part, if you will. Again, for right now, I'm just going to leave the harvester up at the shop. One, I don't need it. And two, I will need it when I finally do get the header and header trailer. One thing I could do, because it was mentioned last time, is I could upgrade the cultivator. Because that's 3 meter wide. And get a bigger one. The good thing about that cultivator is the 710 that I'm driving can use that cultivator. Getting an upgraded one that pretty much eliminates the 710 from being able to use that. Which means this would be just used for fertilizing and lime spreading. And maybe soil sampling. But a cultivator is something I'm not going to need for my farm, because everything I'm going to do is direct drilled. So I don't need a cultivator for our farm. We'd just be just doing for contracts. And obviously, if I'm hiring a worker to do the contract, a bigger cultivator, which means less time for the worker, save myself money, profit more. How far are we off? Okay, not too far. So basically the non-grass, the first non-grass field on our right-hand side is the field that we need to fertilize. Looks like a grass field to the right. Not sure if I've been all the way up to this corner yet. Field looks huge now. Well, we'll just go ahead and start right here, I suppose. Ooh, that's steeper than it looked. And just to confirm that we are in the right field, we are. So I'll leave the mini map up so I can see. Okay, also, I should turn off automatic application rate. Just got to remember to turn that back on for when doing our fields. So what we're going to do, and this is why I usually top it off when doing a contract, is I'm not going to collect on the contract when we get back to the farmyard. I will top off the fertilizer spreader, and we can see how much I use and how much I got billed for the fertilizer to refill. And then we can see what we got paid for the contract and see what the difference is. You can see how much of a profit it actually was. Hello, Noah. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Thursday so far. Doing pretty good for a Thursday. Kind of happy that the update for the map came out so we can start actually working on the farmyard itself. Although, not like it was holding me back at all up until this point, but we were getting to the stage of starting to put down what we need for the farmyard. But I didn't want to do that until the map got updated because it required a new save. And it would have been a lot of moving of buildings and trying to get them in the same spot-ish. But it worked out pretty good. The timing was just about right. This is going to be rather close if I can get this whole job done with the fertilizer that I have. So I got to be very careful not to overlap too much. Right now it's looking like I'll just be able to get it done. I mean, I'm going to finish the contract one way or another, but it would kind of suck if I got to go. I mean, I'd go to the store because I do have... Ooh, I am overlapping. I got to do a bird's eye view for this. Really hard to see. And I'm not going to use GPS because the 710 probably would not have GPS on it. Yeah, we just have to suck to go way back to somewhere to get more fertilizer to finish off the 1 or 2% I'll have left. Alright, so I'm 47% done, and I've gone through 44% of the fertilizer. Yeah, I don't think putting a GPS... not really sure how much GPS for tractors and stuff like that costs in real life. But, I mean, this tractor was only $7,000. The GPS might be more than that for a tractor. As long as I stay in bird's eye view, I think we'll be just fine. I think I'll probably end up with maybe like 5% fertilizer left. I hope. So, like I said, we'll have to see actually how much of a profit I make on this contract. And then if it's not too well, I may stop doing fertilizing contracts. But I am waiting for the cultivating contract to finish up too. So I needed a job to do. And this was the best one going. I could have used GPS as a guide, but I guess the bird's eye view with the texture color changing a bit. I'm using that as a guide. The lines would just add more to it. See, we're 76% done, and I got 29% left, so should be good. Hello, Lindsay, and yes, we did olives on Dark Forest. And it's not a crop you actually plant, it's more of an orchard, so it's like grapes. You just put in a line of, an olive line. But it's not something that you can plant. But yes, we have done olives in FS25. Didn't do much of it, but we did do olives. And again, we might do grapes here to make wine. But that's going to be like after the cows and the mayonnaise and everything else. Oh yeah, so 91% done, and I got 15% left, so should not be a problem. Unless I just want to be wasteful. Hello, Miles. Welcome. Hope your Thursday's been going good. All right, finished the contract. I said with about 5% left. We ended up with 6% left, so pretty close. Is there a ditch here? Don't see one. The reason he asked is a portrait of the video looked like olives. Didn't really look at the image for the map too well. I don't. I mean, I really haven't got around the map, looked at it that well, but I'm not sure if there's any olives on the map. The modder for realistic weather and animals has pulled his mods from the mod hub. Saw a little bit of that in FS22 with some mods. That they would be on the mod hub and then next thing you know they disappeared. Like, I know the one because everyone kept asking me and I just kept saying, oh, it's on the mod hub. Was crop rotation. And then when finally someone told me and said, no, they took that mod down months ago. And I looked and I'm like, oh, it is gone. Now, is this my road? No. Next road is my road. Oh, I do got a direction light on the 710. So let's see how much it cost me in fertilizer, and then we'll see what the contract was. I know it was $7,000 and change. And our cultivating contract is 40% done, so it's got about another half hour to go at least. But I do have silage bales to go sell. Seems like a big map when you're in a slow-ish tractor. But the 710 will probably be with us all the way through. It's not worth a whole lot to sell it in order to get something else for it. And yeah, it's a good tractor to have for fertilizing, lime spreading, soil sampling. Yeah, so driving over this field, it knows what type of soil's underneath it. So that kind of sucks a little bit. Oh yeah, gotta go refill it first. Alright, it cost me, well, just under $2,000 in the contract, so I did make about $5,000 and change on that. Yeah, a little over $5,000 for doing that fertilizing contract, so not too bad. So yeah, I would say fertilizing contracts, probably not do them. I mean, if I'm looking for a job, fine, but mostly I shouldn't do them unless they're worth $7,000 and above. So I at least make a profit of $5,000 on it. I was going to say there's a harvesting contract, but yeah, not what we're looking for. What I was thinking is, if the contract was for like a cereal crop or something, I got the combine. I would just buy the header and the trailer, header trailer, and then I would buy a grain trailer, and then I would do the contract, and of course I would get the extra crop, along with getting the money for the contract. But being November, we're not going to see anything great for us at this point. I think I'll put this in front of the mower. Alright, these bales I think will be fermented at this point. I think enough time has probably passed. And it shows it as silage. I should not have any grass at all. No, so it all converted over. So we got $12,000-ish in silage. Kind of got 2 more bales to go grab, so this is not all the bales. We don't see the total that we should have been getting. Don't worry, we got 1 huge bale, and we got 1 small bale. Plus, we get to see how our worker is doing. I mean, they're halfway done. Again, that's only a 3-meter wide cultivator, so it's going to take a moment. Hello, Calvin. Welcome. All right, let's go grab the other 2 bales. Just like that, we're back up over 100 grand. It's good to see. I wonder how loud that horn is, even inside the tractor. Not much of a horn at all. Alright, so which one is which here? So that's the big one. Now it's not going to load this one. But I'm not using super strength because Farmer G made it so he can pick them on up. I just have to remember that bale in the back, that's not really on here, so that could just roll right off at any moment. So I gotta be kind of careful with the driving, which you know I always do. That should sell just by going over the trigger when we get there. The other one will need to be unloaded. So maybe I'll have a look at... I don't think selling the cultivator that we currently have is worth anything. It might be worth only $1,000 now, but we could look at upgrading, getting another cultivator. That way when the 3650 is free, or even this Mercedes-Benz, yeah, we can look at using these tractors on the bigger cultivators. I was expecting that loose bale just to sell, but it didn't. Interesting. Now it looks like it's on there correctly. Maybe the trigger is a little bit lower than the trailer itself. Because, yeah, that one's sold now. And now for the bigger one. So the silage bales have been paying off today. Actually, we can kind of see this page here. And finances. Don't look at these numbers overall because I had to do some weird stuff. Well, the September month, that's getting the game started up again. Sold bales, so 16, 27, almost $28,000 in silage bales currently. All right, get this back to the farm, park it up. I'll quickly look at the cultivators again. I know I have once or twice. But I think I need to be saving my money. Because I'm going to need... Again, I can't borrow or lease equipment on this series. So if I want to do stuff, we got to buy it. Either in the used section or brand new. So I definitely want to get a crop in where the onions are. And I do want to plant barley there, so I'm going to need a direct drill. In the springtime or when harvest time comes, we're going to need a silo to put the barley in. I'm going to need a header trailer, and a grain trailer. Yeah, it's starting to sound like more expensive the further I go. And the shed, even though I thought it was pretty big, and it is, starting to pile up the equipment. Or bring the harvester back, that's going to be even more of a snug fit. We'll check the sale page. Nothing has changed. And cultivator is going to be up here somewhere. I think it was this one here. Yeah, 5 meter wide, requires 180 horsepower, which means only the Mercedes that we have will be able to use that. And that is over our 3 meter wide one. So not quite double the working width, but almost there. But that'll definitely make the jobs a lot faster. 4 meter wide for 240 horsepower. So it's smaller and requires more horsepower. So a 5.6 for 200 horsepower. That would put all of our tractors on the limit. 220, 300 horsepower. That only requires 190 horsepower for a 7.5 meter wide cultivator? .5 meter wide on this one requires 440 horse. The Coon only requires 190 horse for the same working width. So that would be a good one to go for, but we have to wait until we get ourselves the Mercedes. That's pushing the Mercedes quite a bit. But yeah, that's more than double the working width. So that's something to look for in the future. But that's 50,000. That's half of our money. So probably not a great idea to invest in that right now. We'll have to see how it goes. Let's jump into our 3650. How much longer are you saying it's going to take? Another 35 minutes. Why are you missing little pieces there? I mean, all right, that's kind of weird that you're doing that, but it is what it is. So another half an hour. I might be able to get another contract done. But the problem is, there's not any good ones out there. Oof, I thought I was going to have more work to do this month, but apparently not. So let's see, I took care of... Yeah, I took care of the grass fields. They're set to go. Do I want to? I don't think I can plant winter wheat now. That's the wrong page. Or barley, sorry. I thought maybe just buy the direct drill and plant it. No, we're past the months to plant that. So planting season is not a thing currently. Other than grass and cover crop. Oh, I think it was Lindsay was saying something about olives. I'm not sure if there's olives on the map or not. What color is olives? No, I'm turning the option on or off, and I'm not seeing any olives show up. So like red beet. There's a lot of red beet right here. Red beet county, it looks like. You can see the color goes on and off. So olives, there are no olives on the map itself. Are there grapes on the map? I don't think so. No, there is not. Yeah, the other thing I need to be looking at, I'm just going to let that cultivator worker do a little bit more job of the job there. Oil mill is something I could be looking at. Oh, the oil mill does grape juice as well, and old style mustard. How much is this place? Did I just hear a cat? 300,000 for the oil. So I could either buy the one that's on the map or put down one of our own really cheap. And where is it? Where are we? All right, we're not too far. So there's our farmyard down here. And the oil mill is just up here. So it's not that far. Again, there's nothing really... The good thing about starting here, there's nothing really on the opposite side of the map. There's no sell points or factories up in this whole area. It's all just farmland. It's either, up in this general area or right where we are. So I think it's a good starting farm location for a smaller farm. But yeah, there's the oil mill for 300 grand. So in order to make mayonnaise, I guess if I were to do mayo, I'm guessing I could probably plop it right down in the slot, because I would have to come up here to deliver the oil. How big is this mayonnaise production? Just planning for the future. Let's see here. I have no idea what that building looks like. Oh, that's it right there. The mayonnaise is 100,000. Ooh, that is a big building. So, yeah, to get the mayonnaise production up and going, if we buy the oil production on the map and the mayonnaise production, that's 400,000 for those productions. Expensive, yes, but is it too expensive? Probably not. And I have no idea how much mayonnaise goes for. Is that going to show up on the list? Because I got the mod active. Is mayo going to show up? Mayonnaise. It does say no sell point, though, so that sucks. But I think maybe one comes with a mod. So 1,000 liters sells for 4,300. It says. Alright, but now I gotta see, is there a sell point for that? Selling point for mayonnaise. Alright, so it's only $1,500 for a sell point for mayo. What are these? Highland. Does a Highland Farmer kiosk, is that going to accept mayonnaise? I mean, kiosks usually take just about everything. I see a lot of stuff that are on the map that it takes. Is that a jar of mayonnaise? Gonna wait for it to scroll to see. No, it does kind of look like a Hellman's jar of mayonnaise, if you will. And I did not see that in the farmer's kiosk. Again, I'm just thinking about the kiosk because with a kiosk, usually you get a bonus for selling stuff there. I know the sell point's a lot more expensive. Yes, I don't see the mayo on the farmer's kiosk. Alright, so we'll just have to put down its own little thing. I'm sure the small stand is not going to be different than the large stand. It's weird because it's taken some of the modded stuff on this map, but not the mayo. And no, it does not. So it doesn't take mayo there. Alright. Well, still got 27 minutes to finish off the cultivating. How much is left? I mean, it's not that bad here. I mean, yeah, it is. It is looking like quite a bit. But yeah, we'll have to finish it up. I'll wait for it to get to the end, and then I guess I'll take over. Then once this contract is done, how much is the contract paying us? 9,300. So that's pretty good. I wonder if the because the ones I was looking at the kiosk there, that was the Highland kiosk. I wonder if the base game kiosk will have the mayonnaise on it to get the bonus. But again, I think on this series here, make it, you know, I think money coming in and what I'm spending it on is not going to be too much of an issue because the expensive stuff will be the productions, not the equipment. So I don't need I don't need 3 different harvesters that cost $500,000 a piece. We're not going that route. Try to save myself a little bit of time by not turning around, just go from one end to another. I think that'll be a little bit quicker. Yeah, so by the time I can really think it's justifiable to upgrade the cultivator, I may not want it. But we'll have to see how it's going financially on the farm. Again, I'm not going to need a cultivator because we're going to be doing all direct drilling. So a cultivator for us, not really useful other than doing contracts. But definitely cultivating something I obviously don't do much because I always direct drill. But this was definitely a really good starting cultivator for our farm because we only had the 710 at the time. And that is only 50 horsepower or 45. And this fit us just perfectly for what we were doing. So, I mean, obviously, using a 3-meter wide cultivator in a field like this is it's a little bit undersized, but 3/4 of the field got done while I was doing all the other stuff this month. So again, in this series, we have no loans. It's one thing we're not allowed to do. We're not allowed to take loans. So overnight fees, we just got property maintenance to deal with. Now, I guess if worse comes to worse, if I'm tight for money when harvest time comes, a grain trailer, I mean, you can kind of go without. Although, basically what I would have to do is, every time the harvester got full, is go to our silo and empty into the silo. Yeah, if I were to get that Kuhn cultivator, the only tractor that possibly could run it is the Mercedes. This 3650 might be able to pull it downhill. That's about it. That'd be questionable, though. But downhill could be a thing. So, I mean, if I had that cultivator did work on the Mercedes, probably this contract here, what did it say, like an hour and 10 minutes when I started this contract? I guess it would take roughly about a half hour to do it with the other cultivator, rather than the hour and 10 minutes it said, or has taken so far. By the way, I was thinking about this last night when I was uploading the Ancient Farm episode that went out today. Anyone else playing Ancient Farm? And if so, are you using the ox for planting your fields and such? I couldn't get into. I mean, I think it was episode 3. I did the ox. Seemed a little bit clunky, but that was pre-release version. I wonder if they kind of fix it somewhat. Again, the episode today was building the temple. But it'll be interesting to see what they bring along to that game in the future. Because there's a lot of things that are in the game right now. It's just like, well, you don't really need to do that stuff, I guess, other than just doing it for fun. But that's the whole point of playing games. You play the games to have fun. Although I was not having fun yesterday for 4 hours making clay bricks to get the money I needed to buy the blueprints to build the temple. But it's work that had to be done. Just like this. Cultivating this field with a 3-meter wide cultivator. I thought it was going to be longer in the month of November, and this job would have been done. But I got everything else done at a pretty good pace, I suppose. Oh yeah, also that would be kind of a thing if I said no more fishing, sent it to new save file, technically I haven't released any fish. So if I were to go through those plateaus again, I would get the bonuses all over again. Of course, I could make it as don't release any of the fish. Any fish that we catch, we just sell. That way I won't get any of the bonuses. But I think we've seen our amount of fishing that we want to do. I'm not going to say I'm done fishing in FS25 altogether, but probably for this on this map here, we are probably done with the pole fishing. Again, we don't have to do the entire field, just 95% of it. Obviously 100% of the contract, but 95% of the field is what you got to do. So don't have to do everything you see in front of us. But we are at 90% done now. But now the thing is, we're getting ready to go into the winter months, so not a whole lot of contracts to do, so not much income. Which means when we get to March and it's time to plant the spring barley, our money is not going to be that much different, I don't think. So just got to stay focused on the sale page and only look at the stuff that we would need, which is a header trailer, grain trailer, and a direct drill. Yeah, we'll have to start thinking twice now on the bigger cultivating contracts to make sure I'm going to be in the month that long. Although this hasn't taken me too long to get this far. Again, we're just doing The worker did the first 75%. I just got to do the last 25. Probably one more pass down the other side, and that might do it. Collecting the contract, that's when you feel better about yourself. When you choose implements a little bit too small for the contract, but when the money finally comes in, it's like, all right, the money's in. It's over, it's done with. All right, so one more pass after this. I was thinking this one might do it, but it got me up to 90... Well, I was hoping 99%, but I didn't get that far. 98%. But it should do it here. I feel that it will. There we go. Let's go ahead and collect on that before that farmer changes their mind. So 9,396. Get this up to 114,394 in our bank account. Let's get back to the yard. And I think we'll probably call it a month. Don't know if having the direction lights on help with the traffic that's behind you, so they don't pass. I hardly ever use direction lights in Farm Sim. To no surprise to anyone. All right. Sale page, although time's not passing, so nothing's going to change there. Oh, yeah, I did want to look at the other farmer's kiosk. Small farmer's kiosk. So this is the one from Riverbend Springs, I do believe. And I'm just looking to see what they sell. I'm guessing it's going to be the same as a Highland farmer's kiosk. I don't expect the Mayo to be here. And No. All right, no biggie. No biggie whatsoever. Contracts, let's have a quick look here. Yeah, all the good paying harvesting contracts seem to be the veggies. Mowing contracts I would do, but none of them are paying well enough. Let's just go ahead and fast forward to late afternoon. And we'll check the sale page, see if any of our key items are there. I'm kind of looking for the Lambert grain trailer. I used those grain trailers in FS22. I liked them. Haven't used them yet in 25. So that'll be kind of cool to use. But obviously, if a used grain trailer comes up that fits our needs, and we can save a good penny on it, then we'll probably end up getting one of those. I just want to skip too much time because I don't want something to come up in the sale and disappear. So I'm just trying to give it until dark. And yeah, 5 o'clock in November seems about right. And something disappeared. Nothing new has come in. So, yep, we're all set. Sam is somewhere. We will wake up at 8, but I don't expect we're going to be doing a whole lot in December, January, and or February. There might be some plowing contracts, maybe a cultivating contract, but not much else to do. Sale page has a lot of stuff in there. Well, there is a planter, but it's not a direct drill planter. I would have looked into that because I could plant sorghum for the chickens, but that is not a direct drill. We got some logging stuff. And we do have the TARDIS forage wagon, but we're not going to be doing that here. Does that cultivator fold up? Looks like it's got 2 rollers with a split in the middle. It's only a 3-meter wide cultivator, so if it does fold up, doesn't really need to be. And you saw 2... Whoops, I was in the sale page. That was the one I looked at. You saw 2 of them for $1,500. This is the Highland kiosk. Oh, that's the Mayo. I don't know of any other farmer's kiosk for $1,500. The only thing I see for this is the Highland. This is the Mayo sell point, but I'm not seeing no other kiosk for $1,500. This over here is for selling stone. This is not a kiosk. Those are dumpsters for $1,300. And then you got a kiosk, which we already checked those. And then you got this kiosk, which is the base game kiosk. And those are your selling points. Yeah, so what we got for contracts? Well, we do got cultivating contracts, but there is a harvesting contract for triticale. Now it only pays $6,500. But I think once we get our combine, we'll be doing we got the combine. But I think we're going to go ahead and just pass through time. One thing I do want to set up is, where is that? Extra time scales on, yes, that's fine. Just got to be careful of how fast you go. So the base game lets you go up to what, 360? We're going to go up to like 2,000 just to get through the day a little bit. Yeah, I don't want to go to 5,000 time scale because that can be a little bit too much. So plowing contracts did pop up. But I'm kind of keen and just trying to get through the winter months right now. I would kind of like to plant our own field during the stream today, so... oh, that was a manure spreader. So some more interesting stuff. All right, let's go to January. I'll feed Sam in January. Oh, got a little lag as the snow loads in. Feed Sam his sugar-coated dog food. That's what it kind of looks like, doesn't it? Yep, let's see what the sale page looks like. So they added a spader, which don't need one of those. And we don't need any of that. All right, and then deadwood and wood transport, which is not what we need either. That harvesting contract just came up for triticale. You can harvest triticale in the wintertime? Why are you saying harvest triticale when it's not time to harvest triticale? I feel like those contracts might be... I am curious now. What field is it? 21. I gotta visit field 21. It says ready for harvest. I'm not sure about that, but okay. But we'll just ignore that. There's Sam. Who's a good boy? He was making a dog snow angel. Oh yeah, sale page. Yeah, we did check that. All right, let me fast forward through more of the month, and we'll get to February. Yeah, that triticale should be withered, honestly. Well, we got a tedder, which we'll need one eventually, but definitely not until we get cows, and we're nowhere near needing cows. Hey, the snow disappeared too. Alright, so on to February, which this is the month I can plant barley. So we may just do it this month here. If we got some contracts to do... Oh, it's got snow on the ground again. It looks like we got layers of snow. Well, we got a pickup truck, a forwarder logging trailer, and a semi-trailer. Well, we're not going to be planting in the snow. How come I don't hear, like, the snow crunchiness? Sounds like I'm walking on, like, asphalt or concrete. Let's not worry about that. All right, just sale page. Yeah, what we got for contracts? Nothing until I fast forward some time. I guess they're not going to give us any contracts for February? Well, a baler. We don't need a baler. Snow is gone. Another harvesting contract came up for mustard. Not sure what's going on with those contracts. They seem out of season. It could be that when the game started, maybe because season was on when I started. Well, okay, there's a header for a forage harvester, but we don't need that either. All right, so the winter sales have not been good to us. Although, again, it's going to be very picky of what we wanted. All right, so here we are in springtime of March, and a semi-truck, which we can't use because it's 400 horsepower. Another pickup truck, not what we need. But we definitely need to plant our barley today. In this field right here. Oh, I did not spread it with lime. Alright, so I need to do that first. In the meantime, what do we got for contracts here? Cultivating contract. I guess I could send the 3650 to go start on that one. It's not as big as a contract as we just did, so it shouldn't take as long. And I would like some money rolling on in. Where is field number 96? All right, so it's not too far. Let's go get started. That contract started. And I'll be using the Mercedes for planting the crop. And also be using the 710 to put the lime down. And as for this cultivator folding, it is not folding, so it's not an option. Not that I think you would need to fold it, but I guess if you were low on shed space, folding it would be kind of a thing. But yeah, I think any implements that are 3 meter wide are not going to fold. So the drill I'm about to buy, I don't think I've used it. Maybe ever. That is the field. Yes. I think I go down that road. I think I know where I got to go for it. I think. Might be wrong. Okay. Get Frank a course going so he knows what he's doing. 3 meter, 4 headland, 2%, same as before. And an hour and 12. I don't think it's going to take that long, but by the time I get everything I need to get done, I think you'll be pretty close to being finished. Okay, we gotta grab the spreader, empty out the fertilizer. Top off with some lime. Now, yes, to the onion field. It's not going through a whole lot here, which is good. But as we know, lime is not that expensive. Oh, crap. Activate automatic application rate. It's like, that seems like it should be going through a lot more than that. I forgot I changed it for that fertilizing contract, and I forgot to switch it back. Now I'm going to go to the lime. I was like, should be going through more than that. According to the gauge, it needs a lot more than that. Yeah, automatic application rate would be good. So I'll probably have to go back over that little bit of a corner next month. I don't think I'll take it as same thing I did on the grass field. I've done this before. But at least next month we'll have our grass fields, we'll cut and make silage bales again. And that's going to bring us in, I think, 10 grand. Every time I do a set of silage bales off those fields. It's not a big payday, but it is something. All right, let me try. Ooh, is it taking it? Yes, it is taking it. All right. Don't know where I switched on the automatic application rate, but I'm guessing somewhere in here, because now it's not taking any. Alright, so yeah, I think through there, that's all pretty good, and definitely was on here. Alright, let's get back over where we left off. So, luckily so far, although I do got a little bit of stone there, I do have stones turned on for this series. But, as long as they don't plow my fields, I shouldn't dig up any stones. But if we do, stones will appear, as I did in that corner, because yeah, the reason why I had to plow there, I thought that was going to be our starting farmyard. Or, I shouldn't say starting. It would have been our farmyard, but then I saw how good the yield was going to be in this field. And we switched the farmyard to be on that side, although that field had a pretty good yield in it as well. But not as good as this field was showing. Yeah, I got a little excited about getting the farmyard in on this side. I painted some cobblestone. So I had to plow it on up. Yep, now we know she's definitely taking the lime. Helps when you have the automatic application rate turned on, when you have precision farming activated. It's very key to have that on. Yeah, once again I got withered onions. But that was part of the plan, though. Well, wasn't really part of the plan, but it had to be. Not going to have enough to finish this field off. I think I can just skip right across here. Alright, so far as we can tell, I'm not sure if it did take the lime in that corner of the field or not. The color does not seem to match what it should be. Yeah, I'm going to have to, because it says bad here. So even though it took it again, it doesn't really, you can't double layer the lime. Even though it used it, it didn't actually put down the correct amount. So I got to do that one little section over again. But that'll have to be done in April. Let me go ahead and just park that right here. Don't need the mini map. Alright, sale page. Nope, not there. Alright, so drills. C drills. I think it was this one here. It's going to push our tractor to limit. Let me just double check to make sure that's what our Mercedes is. 180. So yeah, it's right on the limit. Right on the limit. But we will push it to the limit. So 4 meter wide, it says no previous cultivating or plowing is necessary, so it's a direct drill. which you kind of need with precision farming. And does seed and fertilizer. And yep. Seed and fertilizer. Oh, it adds it. It's an additional cost. Well, that's what we need. So now it's 68,000 for that. Ouch. Ridge marker. Yeah, we don't need the ridge marker. All right. Now we're down to 40,000. So that's an extra cost I wasn't expecting on, but it is what it is, I guess. So the drill requires 180. We got 180. At least our farmland is flat. I will have a look on the mod hub, see if I can find. But I remember looking for one not long ago, and I couldn't really find anything that was fitting. Because once you get up to about 6 meter wide, they mostly require 200 horsepower plus. Last time I remember using a 4 meter wide drill or planter, I think it was on Pichonniere. And that 4 meter wide did seem like it took forever to plant fields. So now, what I need left when it comes to June, I think, or maybe it's going to be July, for harvesting the barley that we're getting ready to plant. I need a header trailer, and a grain trailer. But again, like I said, we can kind of get by without the grain trailer. It's not ideal, but we could make it work. Wait a minute, do I go... Yes, I go this way then right. So if I get a cut in April, that means bales are ready in May. Then the next set of bales won't be ready until August. So yeah, we're going to have to be doing some decent amount of contracts before harvest season. Oh yeah, also I got to buy the silo. Oh, we don't have the silo yet. Oh, the bag of fertilizer that's up here, I can put that into the drill. Now I'll just leave the combine up here. Wow, that drill looks rather large now that I'm up here. So wait, when I go to plant, it's still just wheat and barley. But there's no spring wheat and barley. So, no, there it is, winter barley. So I got to make sure I'm on just regular barley, I guess. I think on that planter, though, Crystal, I don't think it does... It just does seed. It doesn't do fertilizer. I think that is a base game drill, right? I think you're talking about... Oh, this is the 800, though. That's the 800. I don't... Okay, so you're saying there's a 600? But I'm guessing it just does seed. And someone mentioned the Pronto. Well, that's a 9 meter wide, though. Isn't there a... Do I not have that one? Oh, trying to run into a telephone pole. Well, I got this one now. So it'll do us good for a couple of years. The thing is, I don't have many fields to do, so... And I haven't used it before either. This time when we go back, we'll go this way. Poor Ben. We used to visit Ben all the time to go fishing in his pond. Now it's been months. In game, and we don't visit him anymore. There's the sawmill, which cues me to turn left. And we'll grab the fertilizer that we already have. I think it took it from the big bag first. Oh, that's fine. Took it all anyways. Fertilizer, seed. A little bit of rain just showed up, but that's fine. There we go, planting our first crop into the ground. Now let's see, how does this, wait, what's the working speed of this? So I can see if it actually gets up to the working speed. 11 miles an hour, so that's not a slow drill. Question is does Mercedes have the juice? And it does reach top speed. And it gets rid of the onions too. Let's turn the beacon off. We don't need that. Well, I'm thinking after I get this planted, I'll start looking at where I should probably put the silo. Because I'm not going to get a deal on a silo in the store page. Yeah, I'm not going to have... Oof, I don't have a weeder either right now, so maybe I just have to live with the weeds for the first year. Cannot afford anything like that when I got other expenses to deal with. Definitely don't want to be taking on any seeding contracts in the future with a 4-meter wide drill with the size fields that we have. Still doesn't quite seem right that... I realize the onions are withered, but I think in real life you probably would come in with a plow or something to really maybe grind up the onions a little bit more rather than coming with this a direct drill and plant afterwards. But maybe farmers can do this. I'm not too sure. In game, we can do it, of course. That's why we're doing it. Vehicle running costs. I think my worker just repaired probably the cultivator. A little bit of a spring rain shower. It feels good to be actually planting a crop that we're going to be using a harvester on. All that work we put into getting here, we're starting to see the benefits of working in our own fields. Not really going through a whole lot of seed. And fertilizer, it's going through a decent amount. So yeah, this drill will do us fine. We just got this one field to drill, so it's not that big of an issue. But as we get more fields, I have to look at these other drills. And again, I may already have those in my mods folder, just that when the map got updated about an hour before the stream, getting the save, or this save file, up to where we were when I was activating mods, I may have just missed some mods that I had activated. So hopefully when I don't feel rushed, I can kind of go through the mods and just double check. If I don't have them though, I'll go look at the mod hub. That 6 meter wide Pronto, though, hopefully it's a direct drill. But I think DC does stand for direct. But I think the Jockey 600 is going to be like the Jockey 800, where it is a direct drill, but it doesn't fertilize as it plants. Now, of course, I could still use that and come in here with a spreader, but as we know, the spreader does not spread the fertilizer evenly, unlike when you do a direct drill. So if I bring this up, you can kind of see the fertilizer. It's a uniform color for the soil type that it has. If I was doing the spreader, it'd be like when you see it when I do a grass field, where we see yellows, oranges, and some reds once in a while. My farm looks so tiny compared to the rest of the map. But since we came here with nothing, and we got what we got, it's looking better. So I guess I'll have to look at financially, because now we have a few less things to buy. Don't know how much the header's going to cost. Header trailer can't be more than 10 grand. I'm guessing for a small 6 meter wide header, it's probably going to be more like 5 grand. Grain trailer could be expensive. It is a direct drill, seed fertilized. Yeah, the price doesn't shock me at all. So even if I had that mod installed, I wouldn't have purchased that one. I would have definitely probably started with this one anyways. And if it requires 200 horsepower, now again, as we know, that's subject. Maybe this could have handled it, but this is only 180 horse. But maybe it could have pulled it along. The 600 does not fertilize. I was just assuming it didn't because the 800 doesn't. But anytime when it comes to mods, you never know what the modder is going to do. Sam? You gonna move, Sam? No, he's gonna lay down. The one time I want Sam to go chase squirrels and get out of my way, no, he's gonna lay down in the middle of the field. If I'm looking for him, he's out in the woods somewhere. Yeah, if I had to plant like 3 or 4 fields this size or bigger, it might be a little bit too much. But since we just got the 1 field, even if I had 2 fields, that'd be fine. 3 fields, I'd start to think, all right, upgrade is necessary. But just this 1 field, it's not too bad. You can hear the worker, which is me, inside the Mercedes. Every time I turn around and lower the direct drill, you can hear me trying to find the correct gear, being a manual transmission. So, of course, with the barley, we will get straw, and the straw we will bale because I need every penny that the farm can produce. And we'll probably just end up selling the straw at some point, probably in the wintertime. Eventually, we'll need it for the cows. But for now, everything will just be sold. But the barley will be kept for chickens that we don't quite have yet. And I'm probably going to have to test to make sure. I may try putting down a pen on a test map. Because I don't want to create a pen and be like, oh, it's not that big. And then go to put some chickens in and find out that it holds like 1,000 chickens. I realize I don't have to put 1,000 chickens in it, but chickens reproduce rather quickly. I don't need to be going there every month to sell 500 chickens, which is not a bad thing, but they're going to go through a lot of food. I think like 400 chickens would be enough. Even that might be a little bit too much for the beginning of what we're doing here. Really thought that the worker would be done with the cultivating job before I got this field all planted. But no. But now here's the thing. I got the harvester up at the shop. I now have a drill. And already the shed was getting kind of full, right? So, yeah. Gonna need another shed here very soon. But I may have to leave some stuff parked out in the open for a while. Because I'm trying to make sure we can do a harvest this year. And yeah, at some point do some harvesting contracts. Because extra grain I will take. I don't usually do harvesting contracts, but this year we may do so. You're going to bury the plow? So any sowing contracts, I know it's just for grass, and that is a weird shaped field. Don't want to do any kind of stuff like that. Alright, so we are going to need a silo, but I'm trying to figure out... Alright, so eventually if I put everything down there, maybe put the chickens eventually like over here by us. What I mean by us, Sam's doghouse and our tent. Yeah, so where do I want to put the silo? I think putting the silo over by these trees would be good. Selling points. Nope, up here. Sheds, silos. And luckily it's only 25,000. So I think our sheds may go along the road this way. And this can squeeze in. Overlaps with another object. Does it? Alright, let me go in and we will flatten this out here. I wonder why it overlaps with another object. I don't want the trees to be kind of in the way either. I don't mind if the branch is going just a tad, but we don't want them protruding back out at all. Displace it. There we go. Okay. It's in. All right, now we'll go back and we'll smooth this out. We'll smooth out behind it just a tad, but I don't think that's going to matter. All right, so how does that look? A little bit of sawdust on the ground, but that's good. So that's a trigger to dump on in. And this is where you load on up. That's plenty high enough. Again, we're not using nothing too big. So now I'm down to 16 grand. So if we were to look at our combine... No, that's forage harvesters. That's not what you want there, sir. So this is our combine. If we do combinations... So the header and the trailer are 26,000. All right, that's not bad. That's not bad. By the time we get the cultivating job done, we sell some silage bales next month, we can afford that. But now, the trailer, and I'm looking at the Lamberts already. Ooh, that's, well, we can probably, no, it is going to be 34,000. For this double door or that door. Probably the double door. That's going to be 35,000. And I'm going with the smaller Lambert because 23.5. This is 25. I think if I start getting it too big, our tractors won't be able to haul it. I'm just trying to, take into consideration, like on Shamburgo, I got the Vultra with a 420 horsepower engine in that. That trailer there is 28,000. And that struggle, I don't want to say it struggles. It does slow down going up hills with a full trailer load. So having tractors only at 200 horsepower, this trailer here is more than what we need or can handle. So yeah, what's this going to cost me? Wheel setup. Why are those wheels 8,000? A lot of choices there, but I kind of like look at those. Without fender, probably. Wheel lock indicator. What the heck is that? Oh, it's wheel nuts for the lug nuts. Does add a little color to the rim. And of course we can change the color of the trailer. We got too much green on the farm, so probably a blue or even a gray. And oddly enough, I can change. What am I changing here? Let's not have that on gray. What am I changing? Maybe the cover? Whatever. Capacity, we could always increase it afterwards, but yeah, so that's going to cost us 37,000. All right, so, and I just need that by July, basically. I did check the sale page. Yeah, I did. Okay. Nope, not the flashlight. Let's get into... All right, we'll dismiss the worker because Frank is charging us. And we'll get this cultivating job done. So, yep, you can see what we're looking to buy before harvest season. So we got to work our way towards that. So 26 and 35. I need like 60,000. Sure. Sure, we can do that. Again, though, we will have silage bales to sell in May. That'll bring in like 10,000, roughly around there. We already got 15 or 16. This is going to pay us like $6,000. So yeah, you can see we can get up to 60,000 without too much of a struggle. And once we get that done, then we'll put the chickens in and we'll start getting some eggs. But the thing is, when they do start making eggs, I am going to need some way to pick them up and move them somewhere. So I don't have a telehandler. We don't have a front loader yet. Although the 3650 can take a front loader, I do believe. And then I'll need a trailer to transport the eggs. Again, no super strength or autoloaders on the series unless I'll make an exception on the autoloader if it starts to be too many pallets and you guys get tired of watching me trying to load stuff up like you got tired of watching me fish. But I would say so far overall today, pretty good. We got ourselves the combine for half off. The exact combine that I wanted to have for the series. We got ourselves now a direct drill. We got ourselves a decent sized shed. And we did buy some farmland at the beginning of today's stream as well. Oh yeah, and we also got our silo that we just put down too. Don't want to forget the silo. So a good tractor for the farm, as we saw. Geez, it may have been the first stream that we were on here. I think the Fendt was exactly 200 horsepower. So again, nothing over 200 horsepower. So we can use the Fendt at 200 horsepower. That'd be a nice tractor to have on the farm. And that's why, you know, maybe getting a cultivator, a bigger cultivator, and doing these type of jobs would be a little bit easier. Yeah, we can't stop doing contracts. We don't have enough on the farm to financially improve at a decent rate. I mean, I could stop doing contracts, but then we'd be fast forwarding quite a bit. Just cutting grass, making silage bales, and then once a year doing a harvest in the field. It would take us a while before we could build up. Got to keep doing contracts. But at least today I think so far, like I would say 3/4 of the work I've done have been in our own fields, while workers are doing what they can do on contracts. do like that there's a little bit of water here. I am seeing the field that we just planted with barley. We got that ditch that's there. I do have where I can put in water planes. I'm thinking about putting in some water there. Yes, this contract would get us over $20,000 in the bank account. Silage bales will put us over $30,000. So I got to do roughly about $30,000 more worth of contracts by the time we get to harvest season. Yeah, the worker, courseplay worker, did fix the tractor and the cultivator because, yeah, our repair status, we are full. Oh, probably those settings reset too because it's a new save file. I need to adjust that in the courseplay settings. I don't think it... I think it resets every time I do a new save file. So every new game you start, you got to redo those settings over. No biggie. Alright, so this paid us $6,000? $6,056. Alright, let's get back to the farmyard. Guess we can call it that now since that's where it's going to be. It's not a temporary one. Yeah, so there's a couple things I want to test out in the test map if I get some time later on, which I probably won't. At least not tonight. Maybe I should try out that Lambert trailer and see, put a full load of grain in it. And make sure that a 200 horsepower tractor can haul that around. Also, I wonder how much it would be to repaint the combine that we purchased. Because that was looking a little rough for only 14 hours on it. Do I have a space to park this in? I guess I do. And then we will park the 710 away. Keep the yard a little bit clean. I mean, it's a big yard now. I think it's going to be plenty big enough for what we're going to do here. I think. We'll see as we advance further on down the road. So yeah, everything does fit in the shed, but of course we got our combine here. There actually is a Dominator. But yeah, it's looking a little rough for 14 hours on it. But this is a combine that fits our requirements. It's not over 250 horsepower. Actually, it was in the sale page. I had to downgrade the engine to a 235 because nothing over 250. But we'll see how we get along in the future. If we need a bigger combine, then we may be a little bit more lenient on how much horsepower we can have on a combine. But we will rock with this for quite a while. So that was a really great thing about today. The exact combine I wanted, and we got it for half off for only 14 hours on it. Actually, once I get a little bit further away, the paint on it's not that bad. And it does kind of give like an older style look to it, as it is. But we're just going to leave this here until we get ourselves the header and the header trailer. Because I need to, I need the combine to get the header up on the trailer. Does it have a tow bar? It does have a tow bar, okay. So that's good. That's all good. I don't remember the capacity of... Is it at least 8,000? Hopefully it's at least 8. I've kind of forgot what the capacity of that combine is. 8,000 right on the nose, so that's good. It's not too bad. We can make that work. And yeah, the header is going to be a 6-meter wide header. I thought about using a different header, but the price of it's going to be, the 620? Yes, 52,000 for the one that we're going to get is 6-meter wide. This is 6.2, but for double the cost, I don't think it's worth it. And definitely 10-meter wide, that's going to be too big. But the one we're getting is going to be this header right here for half the price. So definitely go with that. Definitely go with that one. But yeah, hopefully next time we will get into harvest season. We'll have our one crop, but we can, since we'll have our own equipment, we might start looking at doing some harvesting contracts to get some extra grain and sell it. But I don't want to do too big of a field because that'll be a lot of transporting for us. Because not only will it tie up our combine, also tie up a tractor, probably our biggest tractor, the Mercedes, to transport the grain back and forth. With an 8,000-liter grain tank, doing a big field, that's going to be a lot of babysitting on it. But one step at a time. One step at a time. But yeah, I think that's going to wrap it up for today. Again, the map, Pichonniere Valley got updated today, and we are on the updated version. Got everything switched over. And we did progress quite a bit on getting stuff for the farmyard today. And hopefully, I think I'll be streaming this tomorrow. Although I do want to check on, probably should do it right after the stream ends. What Crystal mentioned, I think she said Farm Sim Supply 25 or something like that. I will find it and have a look at it and see if it's something I want to do as a video or a stream on the series. But I think tomorrow we'll be back right here on Pichonniere Valley and hopefully get to harvest our barley and other things. Appreciate everyone being here. Just a reminder, I did release an episode of Ancient Farm earlier today. And also I did release an episode of Shamburgo yesterday. So if you want some more fun on the channel, you got those two videos to go check out. Yep, that's where we're going to wrap up for today. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday. I had to look at my phone because I forgot what day it was. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday. Have a good start to your Friday, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. But until then, have a good one.